Good morning. Good morning, good morning. How are we doing? We have an exciting crafting day ahead of us. I'm very excited. We're gonna be doing a lot of sewing. And, do any of you watch, Mia Maples? Because every video she starts with, today we have a really exciting video. Today we're gonna blah, 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 blah. But she says it every single time. It's really sweet. She's adorable. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. Our first was Panty Goblin. Not really a lot of surprises there. We actually still have one more early owl, it looks like. So far, we have Ern, Malachi, Liss, and Loaf, our current early owls. But we still have one. So, who's gonna be? Gala! That's also not surprising. Welcome in, Gala. I hope you're doing well. We miss you. I know that you and Sally have been busy with the pup and everything, but we miss having y'all around and hope that you're doing well. I have accepted that I'll never be first and only early owl. Well, I have like 3 people that like kind of can sometimes be like camping it out. I'm hoping that I'll be more consistent. So if you're here at 11, you should be able to get it if you like are around. Because I'll go live every time at 11. We don't. Malachi didn't even get it. He didn't even get the first early owl. Ern did. Panty Goblin got first. Ern got the first early owl. And then Malachi came in. He knows like when he does know when I am about to go live, but like I don't tell him like the second before. So if he went pee or something, he's not there. And he never tells me when he's going live. I have to camp out like the rest of you. I have to sharpen this and I'm avoiding it, so I'm just poking myself in the eye with plastic, just so you know what's happening down here. Who can relate? But yeah, so basically I forgot to set my alarm clock an hour later. So I woke up, and honestly, I woke up on time. I finished a Balatro challenge. It was the bus one. It was my first challenge I ever did, and I beat it first try, so I'm pretty proud of that. And but I did play half of it before going to bed and half of it after I woke up. But I'm like, no problem. It's 9. I have plenty of time to shower because my alarm was for 8:30. And I'm like, I have plenty of time to shower and like get everything set up because I have a different camera angle today. Please don't text me today because I won't be able to get the text. If you can hear me, don't text me. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, my grandma may have already texted me because she's supposed to get her keys today. So let me just quickly check that really quick. Oh, she's here. I'm just gonna pop out and tell her not to text me. Hi. Hello, how are you guys? Yeah, my grandma's parked in the parking lot. And I was like, don't text me because my phone is set up for a different angle. I can show you guys the angle, but I kind of want to just finish this makeup situation first. Thank you. I got it like 2 or 3 seasons ago at Walmart. It's No Boundaries. So if you're on like ThreadUp or something, you could probably search for like No Boundaries flower cardigan and you might find it. Also, 40 stream streak is crazy. Thank you so much. And I saw that Ern also had a stream streak of 7. I'm 2 away from 35. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's me with like so many people right now. I'm at like 22 in like 3 or 4 different streams. And so like I can't actually like redeem any streak things for like a few days. And they're like kind of all lined up around the same time. So, okay, so welcome in everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry that some of you came in while I was AFK, but I had to make sure that my grandma knew she could just pound on my door and I would go down and talk to her if she needed me. Because I don't have my phone. My longest is 129. Will be 130 tonight. Who is that? You can say who it is in the chat because I'm asking. Beans! Aw, we love Beans. Does somebody want to give Beans a shout out? Malachi, are you here? I always lose mine because of work. That's so fair. Yeah, if I literally have anything outside my normal routine, it fucks up my streak every time. Like, I can maintain a streak for so long, and then like Wednesday, I'm gonna be okay. So like, let me start from the beginning. Friday was the last time I saw you guys, and I was going to a doctor's appointment, and the doctor's appointment went great. I got what I wanted, which was to up my Adderall. Because I really liked how it was working for me, but I just felt like I needed a little bit more, or like some kind of booster. What's the full name? Yeah, that's why I asked for Malachi, Liz. If it was somebody that you knew, I would have said you. But because I knew that he knew it, I was like, can you do it? Because I don't know how it's spelled. So yeah. I even was like, should I mod Earn? So that Earn can do that, like, friend groups shoutouts. Even though I know, Earn, you're at work, so I don't want you to feel like you have to mod while you're at work. Thankfully, a shoutout's pretty easy. Do what you want. You want to be modded? Okay. There you go. Also, just so you know, for my whole mod team, you guys really have no obligations. Don't worry about it. I can totally handle it myself. But if you want to do things like shout outs and stuff, now you have the power. Yeah, I mean, if you want to ban people too, like, that's totally your prerogative. Oh no, everyone, what happened? You can't ban other mods, so you're unfortunately safe. And I only say unfortunately because you want it, not because I want it, because I can ban whoever I want. The power has already gone to my head. That's okay. I also have a very extensive list of rules. Not that we warn people a lot, because oftentimes I just can tell that they're going to be a problem and I just ban them right away. But like, if you do ever need to warn somebody, there are so many rules that you can use to warn them with. You've got so many options. Okay, is that my whole makeup? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Amazing. I'm actually probably gonna need this today. I loved your cosplay yesterday. Yes, I also loved it. You know, I know that you were kind of critical of it, Earn, but like, it's better than anything I or anybody else that I know could have done. So I'd say that's a win. Okay, I'm gonna eat my yogurt and then we'll get on to this second camera bullshit. But yeah, my grandma is maybe still sitting outside. She's playing solitaire on her Kindle in the parking lot. I don't know if the guy is here again or not. No, she's still. I have like a very curious situation happening over here with like multiple tables and a tripod, and it's like a whole big thing. So getting to my window and back is not very easy. Oh, okay. I need to eat my yogurt because that's the appropriate thing to do. Thank you. Yeah, I was telling Kaylee it's new No Boundaries from like 2 or 3 seasons ago. So I don't think Walmart is still selling it, but if you wanted, you could probably find it secondhand by looking up No Boundaries flower cardigan or something like that. Did Grandma move yet? Today is the day she's supposed to get her keys. So for those that don't know, my grandma. Hello, Mom. You had such a long stream yesterday with May. I hope that you're feeling good, you're getting lots of rest. I was in and out because it was a long stream. But it was so fun to watch you guys. And I wasn't expecting it to go that long. Me neither. Like, I knew that Sopa and their partner like released a full game, but like I didn't even realize how extensive the game was, which is so cool. Such a fun surprise. Like there were so many fun surprises around every corner. And it was just like such a joy to watch. Honestly, I watched a lot of streams yesterday. So, Friday I went to my doctor's appointment. They agreed to up my Adderall. I love my nurse practitioner. She's absolutely amazing. I honestly like her more than my regular doctor. The only weird thing is that I know I don't think it's like that jumpy. Like I think that it's like a slow burn enough that it wouldn't be like scary. You know, like I think there are mild jump scares and it's more like an eerie vibe that like builds, you know? That's the vibe I was getting, but like Mom can correct me or like add anything because you've played like the full game, but I do think that it could be fun. And even if you don't play it right now, maybe you play it in October. You know, I think that would be like an absolutely wonderful, like, I'd say that's pretty accurate, yeah. So I don't think it's like super horror-y in like other. There's some jump scares. Yeah, there are a couple. But but also with the art style and stuff, I feel like it's manageable versus like a Resident Evil or like a Silent Hill or something like that. Mm. So, basically. No, that's okay. Um, my nurse practitioner, who I love, is actually married to this guy I went to high school with. And like, so I knew her last name. Like, her name is like something something. I don't know why I needed to explain to you what names are like. You guys should know that. So I'm like, I recognize that name. Maybe this is like his older sister or something that I just didn't know about or whatever. So I look her up on Facebook, which is inappropriate. You shouldn't do that to your doctor. Don't do that. But I did it anyway. And I found out that she's not related to him, thank God, because they're married. And then I was like, I had like a little bit of a crisis because I'm like, that's so bizarre to me. Like, I don't think he doesn't know me really. Like, we went to high school together, but we weren't like friends, and we weren't like specifically not friends. We just existed in the same building at the same time. Like, that was more our relationship. So I don't think like I'm not worried about anything like that. Like, she probably doesn't even know that I went to high school with him because people move. People move. So it's like she knows how old I am. So if I did go to my high school or like the same high school, we would have been at the same time. But she doesn't necessarily know that I did, you know? So it's not weird, and I'm not going to bring it up. But I know. So that's the only weird thing. But I love her so much. She's amazing. She's so understanding. Also, like HIPAA. No, yeah. Right. I don't. Although I do avoid going to the emergency room more than normal because my bad ex works at the emergency room on night shift. So if I need to go to the emergency room, I am only going during the day. Or I'm not going. I don't know, I'll just die, I guess. You know, it's bad when you would literally rather die. like, like, normally that's just an expression. But in my case, it's like very real that like I would rather die than see him ever again. So, thank you for that clip. Yeah. So, not going to the emergency room. It's fine. Whatever. So then, also I think I hear my grandma outside, so I think the guy is here. Let me just double check. Not that I have to babysit my grandma, because she's a fully capable adult woman. Okay, no, she's not talking to the guy. She's talking to the neighbors. And I say neighbors like that because I guess I'll just die. Yeah. So the people who are gonna live next to her, like not the neighbor that we are going to share, but the other one, they're very neighborly, which I think she's gonna be fine with. I don't mind either, but like I'm not a very like I was just about to say I'm not a very chatty person. That's not true. If you've been here for 5 seconds, you'll know that that's not true. But usually when I leave my house and I'm in the parking lot, it's because I have to do something. Like, I'm not just wandering out into the parking lot. It's because I like need to get in my car and go somewhere, or I'm doing laundry, so I'm like going to the laundry room and then coming back into my apartment. I'm not like stopping and chatting. You know, like that's not really why I'm outside in that moment. So it's not that I don't like them or that I don't want to talk to them. It's absolutely not that at all. It's just that I'm not a very like when I have like a mission, I want to just do the mission, you know? So they're very, very nice people. Um, honestly, I have pretty great neighbors. I mean, they do like pretty extensive background checks on us, so I would hope that we're all good neighbors, but the neighbor at my new house turned out to go to school with my mom and was in a band with my aunt. Oh my god. So she's family, basically. Um, so I um went to the doctor. They upped my Adderall. I love my doctor. Then I was like, "Hey, while I'm here, can I get a flu shot and a COVID shot?" You know, go vaxes. Like I'm pretty pro vax. Um, which is great. And they did it. And it was no big deal. I got them both in one arm. I was also gonna get Tdap, which is the whooping cough one. Um, he's really nice, and we talk and our dogs play together. And he asks if we ever need anything. That's very sweet. It's nice to have like an uncle or like a dad type figure around. Like there's a guy in my complex um who like sometimes will plow after, like we have a company that comes and plows, but like sometimes because of us all having cars, there are spots that don't get plowed because you had to move your car into that spot so that your spot could get plowed. So he'll come in and he'll clean up all that extra stuff that the plow company didn't get. And it's just really great. And if I ever like actually had some kind of issue, like I feel like I could go to him and his wife. Like they're really nice people. Very like grandparent vibes. But yeah, so I was going to get Tdap, which is the whooping cough vaccine, but it turns out when I asked for it, she was like, "Oh, you're actually good until 2028." And I was like, "Slay." Um and so I'm like, "But can I still get the flu and the COVID?" She's like, "Yeah." So she left, came back with the vaccine cuz she has to go get them. And I had my appointment, and then the nurse's nurse came back with them, and she was like, "Do you want them in, you know, both in one arm or do you want them in different arms?" And I'm like, "Both in one arm's fine." Um, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not that I like wouldn't get vaccinated, but I just like don't really go out that much, so I sometimes like let it go a bit longer than I should." But I was telling her that I was making sure that I was up to date because my friend is having a baby. And she was so excited because she like kept, so the person having a baby is Brina Toad from the chat. If you ever see Brina, tell her that I love her. Um and she was like, "Yes, go mama," like protecting that baby and like all that stuff. So it was really cute. Um and I'm like, "Yeah, and obviously I wouldn't ever try to be around a baby if the mom is like, 'Get these vaccines before you see my baby.' You bet your ass I'm gonna do it, or I just won't see the baby." Um, so I do it. And shots are fine. I've started to have like issues where if I get blood drawn, I will faint, which I think is relating to my low blood pressure, but I think being on Adderall will help with that. Because like typically I have pretty low blood pressure, but obviously Adderall is a stimulant, so it will sometimes like raise the blood pressure. So I walk away. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. This is important information, okay? I go home. What did I do after that? Oh, I ran some errands. I had to go to the craft store because I needed different kinds of felts. I had to do like some other things. Maybe I went to the grocery store. Um, then I came home and I'm going about my day. I think Malachi streamed. I watched the stream. Everything's fine. But around 10 o'clock, I'm like, oh my God, I'm like sore. Like my whole body is sore. That's weird. That's suspicious. By 12 o'clock, I'm like, I feel like I want to die. My arm, like, I couldn't even like touch it without it being like in so much pain. Like, it felt like I got hit with like a rubber bullet or something. Like, it felt like a bruise, but a bruise that like was really, really intense. And it hurt bad. And then I have to try to sleep. And then I'm like feverish. So I am sweaty but cold. I can't lay on either side. My whole body is sore. It was probably the worst night's sleep of my entire life. The next morning, I feel shitty because I didn't sleep, but I feel better. Like the symptoms are subsiding. So I know that I'm not having like a medically bad reaction. It was just like an annoying reaction, like a normal but annoying reaction. So I'm not like, I need to go to the hospital or anything. Cause like if it kept going, like I would have gone to get it sorted out. But like it was just that it sucked. So Saturday was a little rough. And then my grandma came over so that I could help her set up her internet. And it was all messed up. I don't know what was happening, but like it wasn't letting her log in. We were chatting with somebody. They were having the same problem for some reason, which was extra weird because then I tried to log in on my phone and it worked. So I think that it was something to do with Microsoft Edge and the like internet website that it was not working. Oh my God. I went to go, hello, and I like swallowed, like inhaled a piece of granola. Hello, welcome in. Did that make a sound? Did you hear a sound? I need to change it because I realized that I did not hear that sound. Little splash. Okay, great. Whew. Oh my God, I keep clicking the wrong thing. I'm gonna crash out. Okay. So fire is monitor only. And then this one is monitor off. I'm having an issue hearing some of my alerts. But I added a sound. So I'm in the process of adding new sub and bit alerts. They're not all added. Some are added, but not all of them. So if you see something that does a weird thing, or you don't hear a sound you're used to hearing, that's why. But now I have the hiccups. But I'm also moving all of my alerts from Twitch to Firebot so that everything is in Firebot. Grandma internet. Oh yeah, so I'm helping my grandma with the internet. I end up getting able to log on Safari on my phone. And then once we have her account like fully set up, we can log in on the computer just fine. It was very weird, but I got it sorted. It was also funny because her package was like delivered today. So I peek my head out and I'm like, oh yeah, it's there. I'll go grab it. And it was like her router. So it was just sitting on the doorstep of her unit. Which I think is funny. So it maybe looked like I was a porch pirate for a day, but really it was just bringing my grandma's package in to her directly. So after that, we go out to lunch. I get sushi. It was delicious. I would show you a picture, but my phone is not able to be used right now. It was so delicious. I came back home and I'm like, I feel like garbage. I don't even know what I did Saturday afternoon. I like literally don't know. Sunday was also kind of crazy. Sunday, I forgot to take my Adderall. And it was like, oh yeah, because also it was daylight savings time. So then I forgot to take my Adderall. It was like 4 p.m. by the time I realized that I hadn't taken it. And I was like, somebody kill me. It's so noticeable when I don't have it. Yay, a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. It's super noticeable when I don't have it now, which is like good and bad because I know that it's helping me, but then it's also like I now know that I like need it. And I want to get to the point where like I don't feel like I need to take it on the weekends. Like I want to get to a point where like I don't need to be productive on the weekends. Or like 2 days a week technically, because if I have to get like a part-time or job or something like that, it might not be Saturday, Sunday, it might be different days. But like basically the days when I'm not working or like doing anything, I want to be able to be off of it. But for now, I like need to be on it every day because I need to be like I need to focus. Oh, Saturday, I feel like I worked a lot on my puppet. I feel like that's what I did on Saturday. And don't worry, you didn't miss a lot. I was just mostly cutting out fabric that we could sew today. Like all of this stuff over here, like I was just cutting out lots of fabric in preparation for today. I also painted the eyeballs, which I can show you in a bit, but yeah, so we were it was a long You talked to me on Saturday in my Discord. Yes. Oh, I napped. After I got back from my grandma's, I fell asleep. Then when I woke up, I went into Malachi's Discord and started working on cutting some puppet stuff while we were all like just chatting. Teebs was in there too. Ooh, a tarot pull. Okay, let me do that right now before the ad starts. And then I really gotta finish this yogurt. I have the Ratio Protein Strawberry Cheesecake. So it is 25 grams of protein. It's very good. I really like it. I have found that it does actually help if I have protein in the morning. Shocker. Aww. I hope you had a lovely time with Maddie. I think that's awesome that you guys got to hang out like that. Okay, we got a card. Go away. Okay, so it was so fun. Beautiful summery weather too. That's amazing. Renegade Darling, you got the Four of Pentacles. So we're going to read what that says. Okay, ooh, I flipped right past it. Okay, security, possession, and sharing. A large linden tree stands in a green field beyond a sandy dune. A generous spirit emanates from this tree and invites us to sit under those shady branches to dream, rest, and be replenished. But separating us from this bliss is a series of gold medallions that hover above a dividing line on the ground, that of a parched sandy pit. And what is this pit but a trap? Hidden behind a large rock is a chest, a treasure, collected and secreted away, not to be shared. This is a lonely transaction of the fearful, afraid of life, and obsessed with the desperate chase for security and personal comfort, wanting everything to work out perfectly, wanting to never be without, or worse, wanting everything. It is an illusionary trap, this obsession with security and greed. We are vulnerable creatures in a transitory existence. The treasure in that box will never be able to keep you from this truth. It's a limited value. Its limited value cannot compete with what is lost in its pursuit. There are no guarantees in life. Open yourself up, use that key, it's in plain sight. Be willing to share what you have, and you can move into the meadow and sit beneath the sweet linden tree, sharing your dream with the world. So basically, it's saying, like, by, like, hoarding the things that you find valuable, like, you could actually be doing yourself a disservice, versus, like, sharing them can, like, grow the, like, wealth that you have. Whether that wealth is, like, friendship or, you know, family or physical, like, monetary things. It's that, like, community and, like, sharing are really important parts of being human, is sort of what it's saying. Is my grandma still in this parking lot? She's not. She is. She just moved her car. Oh, jeez. I'm knocking everything over. Okay. I'm gonna take, like, a huge bite of this. Oh, was that Anna Grease's song? Okay. I did it. I ate the yogurt. Now we're gonna go to our new scene, or our new camera view. I did it. One day last week, it took me like 5 hours to eat a thing of yogurt, so. Okay. New camera angle. What do we think? You can see how bad the back of my head looks because I didn't dry my hair. I know, you guys get to see basically a behind the scenes of me. But the reason that I have this is because I'm going to be doing, like, I'm going to be facing this way. to be like, the back of your head is cute. The chair is so cute. And also, people might not know this is a stationary chair. You can see it doesn't have any wheels. It does pivot, which was important to me, but it doesn't have any wheels because I sit like this. And when you sit like this, you like push away from the desk. And I hate that. So, welcome back everybody from the break. We're exploring a new camera angle today. And that's because I'm going to be sewing. Have you seen the joke about how bi people sit? Oh, yeah. And when I was watching, okay, so this is not a spoiler because it's literally in like the first 20 seconds of the game. But in RE9, Resident Evil 9, in the first literally like 20 or 30 seconds, you see this like man walking down a hallway, and then it cuts to this blonde girl at a computer screen, and she's literally, it's actually this other foot that she has up, but she's literally like this, and you can tell by the way that her like stance is, like, sorry, you can't really see it, but she's like this. Her knee is up. And I literally was like, this is representation I didn't even know that I needed. Like, and it's like a split second. Like, you really can't tell unless you know what it's like to sit like this. Like, it's like an if you know thing. Like, you wouldn't even notice. It's so subtle. But whoever put that in there, I feel them, and they are me, and I am them, and we have a connection. Whoever you are that did that, 10 out of 10. Game of the year. Just for that one moment. Like, I didn't even realize that I, like, wanted to see somebody sit like that in a game. I actually almost never put my left leg up. It's almost always my right leg. And I don't know why that is. Okay, we've got stuff to do. I'm gonna move my water over here. We're gonna extend this because I'm gonna need you to hear me when I'm facing this direction. Okay. Okay, I think that's good for now. I have everything pretty close by. Okay. So I need to... I also got these scissors that are like really pointy and spring-loaded, and I'm hoping to use them for her head because we did some testing last week on like how we're gonna do her hair, which is, I have a little bit in my trash bag. I have the test that we did. So basically, I want to punch needle her hair through the felt and the foam. The foam is super easy to puncture, but the fabric is not. So if I make a tiny little cut first, it makes it like 10 times easier. So I needed like little scissors that I was able to like make tiny little cuts with so that I could kind of like give her the hair that I'm hoping to give her. And this is the yarn that we're using for her hair, and this is the punch needle. So we're gonna do that because today we're doing mostly sewing. So a new angle, yes. Okay, I think that this is the button thread that I don't need this. We're gonna use this thread. Okay. There is heaven in your eyes. How do I put this in? Yeah, okay. Calls me back, she calls me back. Where's my trash bag that I just had? Where did I just put it? Oh, on the floor. Okay. Did you say, darling fam, rise up? Yes, I agree. Okay, I'm gonna move you guys over here so that I can actually, like, see you a little bit better. There we go. Okay, yeah. I do still need to cut out these a little bit. So we will be doing that, but not right this second. Or maybe yes this second. Oh, I can show you the eyes. Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff that we've done. I painted the eyes. So here's a set of the eyes. These are the ones with the iris, which I do think that I'm gonna use. I think I'm gonna use the irisy ones. And then I also painted a second set, and this one does not have irises. They are just pupils. So I'm gonna probably just save these for a different time. And then I also made ears, and I actually made a set of normal ears first, and then I made a set that was like elf ears. So I think I'm gonna go with elf ears on her because that seems more fun. I also made her a nose, which is sort of like my nose, which is long and long and wide. So we're gonna do that. These were the original ears that I made. And they just sort of like, they sit like regular ears, but like I just decided that I wanted, like, if I could make any ears. Oh, thank you so much. I'm definitely not hearing my Firebot anymore. And I don't know why. I'm wondering if I... No, that should work. Maybe I need to refresh the cache. Maybe that's what it is. Let me add that song though for you. There we go. Okay. A Labyrinth classic. I'll need to do a second one so you'll be able to see how I did it. But basically I made an eyelid and eyelash. So this is gonna be her eyelid. So I know that this seems creepy, but when I actually end up like putting the eyelid on, it seems a lot less creepy, you know? Oh, I'm making a puppet. So yeah, kind of like a doll. And yes, she has a needle sticking out her forehead because I didn't want to lose the needle. But yes, she's going to be a puppet. That's also, we have the body form, which I had to trim because they were like, make it 11 inches. My arm is not 11 inches, y'all. It was like hitting, she was like this. Like, no neck because it was hitting my elbow. So this way she's gonna have a neck. I mean, could make a whole new horror movie. With my puppet? Are you afraid of puppets? Am I learning this about you? I've known Wisteria Darling, aka Teely, for like since we were like 12 years old. I don't know when you started doing the teen pageant, but I've known you since then, which I think is like 12. Um My fears are, oh no, you said the eyeballs were creepy. Oh yeah. My fears are spiders and swimming in the ocean. Honestly, valid fears. I think, you know, we have similar fears. Okay, the problem with this, with doing sewing, is that I need to have a foot available. And I sit, as you know, like a gremlin. So I usually don't have a foot available. I almost drowned when I was little, so the ocean was trauma related. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm sorry that that happened to you. That's so sad. Okay. So, we don't need to worry about this because I'm doing this instead. Toby! That's when she would normally yell that if this was the movie. Okay. Amazing! We did it! Woo! We threaded the machine. Yours, can I be yours? Okay, now to turn it on. How she almost died from a Black Widow and now it's just at my core now. That's so fair. I think a lot of us have, you know, some of our parents' fears. I'm gonna just start with the easy ones, because why not? Why not start with the easy ones? Which this is her bicep, which is just a tube. It's just a little tube. Do you stuff the puppet? I will probably be stuffing these arms a little bit. Yes. Um, so we're gonna give this a shot. I forget how this works. Where's the Oh, there it is. Okay. Can you tell I haven't done this in a while? Okay. This may not be the most exciting content that you've ever seen in your life, but you know, if you like crafts, maybe you like it. I'm also gonna have to make her clothes, which I do have some stuff that I want to use for that. But that's gonna be an interesting adventure for us because I've never made like clothes before, even like doll-sized clothes. Which I know some people will actually make like doll-sized clothes to like practice making like regular size clothes. Okay. Well, it's as good as it's gonna get. So we have a tube and it's sewed together. And then, you know, normally we would just turn it right side out. Enjoy your lurk. Going back to work. Enjoy, enjoy. Okay. Yeah. So now we have a tube. I might even move you guys a little bit closer. Let me see. That's the good thing about being the boss of my own stream. I'm gonna actually exit this way. Is that I can change whatever I want. I might move this like far enough back that I can like walk in between these two. Okay. Is my grandma still in her car? She is. She should call them. Okay. Oh, I need to move you guys so I can see what I'm doing. You guys are seeing different angles of me than I ever thought you would see ever. So, that's probably better, right? How do we feel about that? Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Okay. I just feel like I wanted to be able to like hold stuff up for you guys a little bit closer because like I'm trying to hold it up and then I'm like, you guys can't see jack shit. Okay, cool. So this is gonna be one of her arms. Yes, we're making a puppet. So I'm starting with her arms, which are just tubes, basically. Okay. But I have to like figure out which side is the good side. I think this is the good side. It's very hard with this specific kind of felt. Like really, it wouldn't really matter. Like, they're kind of equal. Like, some fabrics, it's very obvious which one the, like, quote, unquote, "good side" is. With this fabric, it's, like, so hard to tell that, like, literally no one would notice. So it's not a big deal, but I want to at least try. I also wanted to maybe, like, think maybe I should do a different kind of stitch. Like, if I should do, like, a zigzag or something. I could try it, especially since I'm just doing um the arm. It's like not really a big deal. Oh, okay. If I'm gonna do that though, I need to move her over a little bit. Okay, there we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, it's tangled, which would cause issues if I didn't catch it. There we go. Okay. Okay. That's better. Okay. Oh, no, and then the string came undone. God damn it. Oh, yeah, and then on Saturday, my friend was like, do you want to go to the BB No Money concert with me and our other friend on Wednesday? And I was like, yeah, sure do, thanks. So I'm going to be cutting stream a little short on Wednesday, and then Thursday we may have to not do our typical Marley stream, but it's like I'll still stream, but it just might be after she's already. Yeah, we're working on my puppet. But yeah, it'll just be after potentially. I'm gonna try to make it back on time for Thursday morning, but I just don't know like if we're staying in, because basically the concert's in Boston. I don't think that's like really a secret. Um because it's like the big city in New England. So I don't know if we're staying in Boston because um like we don't live near there really. Or if we're gonna go back to their house because they technically live closer than I live. And then when I'm gonna, so I don't know when I'm gonna be home basically, but I'm gonna try to make it back for Marley. Okay. Oh my god, I did it again. What the heck is happening? What's going on? This is so weird. Hurricane. Oh, it is a losing game. Boston. Yeah. So, I mean, if you were to look up BB No Money tour dates and look at what's going on Wednesday, you'd be able to see that he was in Boston on Wednesday. So, like, it's not really a secret. Okay, I'm gonna like give a lot of extra. There you go. Now, can you please not come untangled? Oh yeah, sometimes people will go all the way to New York for a concert, but I just like I can't. It's so far. New York is like 6 hours from my house. I'll keep you posted, girly pop. Yeah, I don't really know what the deal is. I just know I'm meeting my friend at her house Wednesday before 5. So okay, it's in there. Okay, great. Is this pulling it into the mechanism? It sure is. Let's see if I can back it up. No, that's not working. I'm trying to like dislodge it from the mechanism, but it's like really in there. Oh, there we go. I got it. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, and if you're in Connecticut, it's pretty easy to get to. It's honestly easier to get to New York like 99% of the time than it is to get to Boston. So like if I lived in Connecticut, I would also go to New York for concerts. Okay, I don't know why this is giving me so much trouble because the other one really didn't give me as much trouble. The other one was fine. So maybe we just won't do the zigzag stitch. Maybe this fabric really doesn't like the zigzag stitch. And you know what? That's so fine. It's really not a big deal. Okay, but this is doing the same thing. Why? Okay, I'm gonna just like cut like a centimeter off of this. Just it won't matter really. Because I'm gonna have to trim her arms anyway. But yeah, it keeps like doing this where it's just like bunching up the fabric and like making a mess. I don't know why I keep putting all these scraps right here when I have a bag for scraps literally on the other side, but yes, I would love to tell you more about the puppet. So I'm using a pattern from a website that's called Puppet Nerd. And so it is made out of 1/2-inch foam that I've used rubber cement to attach like to itself as well as to the mouth plate, which is a piece of dollar store Tupperware. So if you're planning to make a puppet, this is what I would recommend the mouth plate be made out of. It costs $1 and I have enough to make as many puppets as I want pretty much because I'm not gonna make a ton of puppets because where would I put all my puppets, you know? So we have the head and then we also have the body. And the arms are what we're sewing right now, but this is like basically her skeleton. So she will be able to talk like this. And I do know a little bit about ventriloquism, but not a lot. So I'm still practicing. But yeah. And I also have never had a puppet before. So I'm not used to the vibe that is puppetry, but I'm working on it. I will say that this is also my first time working with rubber cement, and even just the rubber cement part, like, I learned so much, and if I made another puppet, I think I could do it so much better because I just, like, literally didn't know what I was doing. Like, even if you compare just the head to this body, 10 million times better just in this, like, just within the two things. And then we cut out, like, over here we have a bunch of different parts of the puppet. So right now I'm just doing the very, very easy part of sewing a tube, which will be her bicep. But I'm also doing live hands. One of them I will probably stuff if it looks weird flat, because I'm probably going to always have her on my left hand, so my right hand will be the live puppet. So this is the pattern traced out onto this. It's a folded piece so that it's easier. Like, I didn't have to cut out two. I could just do the one. Yeah, it's honestly great. And this is like the part for the body, which is also a piece that is been folded in half, which will go over her as well. So I technically need a second hand, and I need the neck piece, which you can't see because there's a sewing machine in the way, but I have a couple patterns still over here because I'm going to need to trace and cut these out. Because when I sew this, which is the, like, it sounds gross, but it's kind of like the skin of her head. Once I sew this, I will need to attach it to the neck. So basically there will be like a tube attached to the headpiece. And so when I put it over this shape, there will be like an additional tube that covers my arm. So when it's in this, you won't see like my arm at all. You will only see the felt. I will also need to make clothes for her, so I haven't done that yet because I kind of want to get her put together so that I can do some, where'd I put it? I just had, oh, here it is. So that I can do some like actual measurements and make her clothes. I've never made clothes before either, so that's also going to be an interesting adventure. And then for her hair, I'm planning to punch needle her hair in. So this is a like test square that I did to see how I was going to be able to punch through both layers. And basically the foam was super duper easy to punch through. No problems at all. But the felt was incredibly difficult to punch through, to the point where, like, I was gonna hurt myself or rip the puppet all apart and everything. So that was not working out. But what I found was if I just cut a tiny itty bitty little hole in the felt, I could punch through very easily. So I got these, Fisker pointy shears. And they are going to help me just like basically create holes for all of her hair follicles. So that's the vibe. I've also, in this little jar, or not jar, box, I have, well, I guess I put them accidentally over here. I have her eyes. And then I also have one eyelid. I don't have both yet, but I have one eyelid. And then she's gonna have elf ears. And she will also have a nose. I know not every puppet like this has a nose, but I felt like she needed one. I'm really excited about the elf ears, honestly. Because I started with regular ears. Like I made her regular ears, which I can show you how they look on her. So if I hold her up and I put this ear on, you can pretty much get the picture of like what she would look like with the ear on, and it looks fine. But then I was like, if I get to make my own puppet, I can do whatever I want. And I want her to have elf ears. So I decided to do that instead, which kind of at this stage makes her look like the Count. Maybe she's like the Count's niece or something like that. But yes. So that is the vibe. I've always wanted to make my own wedding dress. You should. And like, you know, if I don't know if you've been proposed to, if you're a fiance, or if you're talking like farther in the future, but you honestly, you just like, if you practice some of the skills like of sewing now, you'll be able to do it when you're like ready. Also, if you watch, do you watch Mia Maples on YouTube? She's not necessarily like a textile artist, but she does do a lot of like beginner sewing stuff. Thank you so much for that med check. Yes, everybody please take your meds. We also have a hydrate now. Well, like we've always had a hydrate, but now it has a little image and a little sound that I can't hear for some reason. So I need to sort that out. But Mia Maples made her reception dress, and she also made all of her bridesmaids' dresses. And she's very chaotic and very beginner friendly because she's also a beginner. So I would definitely recommend her. She does a lot of different kinds, like she does a lot of hauls and like try-on videos and stuff like that. But super down to earth Canadian like vlogger kind of, and she does some crafting and sewing stuff. So I would recommend it if you're planning on making your own dress, at least to like give yourself some camaraderie, you know, somebody who also like doesn't really maybe know what they're doing right at first and will be, I mean, actually, I don't know what your skill level is. You could be like very, very good at sewing, but if you are more in the beginner intermediate, then I guess that's more what I mean. But yeah, so I have never made clothes. I can go get the other thing that I made. I also made a second one of the thing I'm going to show you, but I don't have it. My boyfriend does. Because it was a gift. So the first thing I ever sewed, oh, today is National Napping Day? Slay. The first thing I ever sewed was, well, technically this. which was a test, like a smaller test version of this, which is my clown ruff, that I wear, honestly, kind of relatively often. And I made a second one of these that's black and white and a little bit smaller. But Rumiko has it. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm ready to get back into sewing this, which is kind of nerve-wracking because I don't know why it was giving me so many issues before. And then the thing came off. What the heck is happening? The other one went so smoothly, you guys. Like, you have no idea. It was, like, no big deal. It was like I'd been sewing for a million years, never put it down. And then this is, like, just literally doing the same exact thing a second time is, like, a nightmare. Okay. We're just gonna pull some thread through that. And then I'm gonna loop it under here. Both of you can go back in this direction. There we go. Holy crap. Oh, I also hemmed like a shirt that I have. That was another sewing project that I did. But I'm still like very beginner. My grandma actually gave me this sewing machine because she preferred her sewing machine, which is a lot older. And her brother got her this one. It's a Brother CS6000i computer. So it's like, I think that he bought it for her in like the mid 2000s. And she just like, she never even like opened it. It was unopened because she just always liked her more analog machine. And also hasn't done as much sewing as she did when I was younger. She used to like make curtains for me. She made matching like nightgowns for me and my American Girl dolls. And ooh, okay. Wearing ads. I'm just gonna turn this inside out while we're waiting. For those not in ads, how are you doing today? How's life? How was your weekend? Liz, if you have a second, how was Maddie? I know you said that you guys like went shopping and that the weather was really good, but what'd y'all get up to? Did you do anything fun? Work? Oh. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking? And you don't have to say like I work at this very specific place and like it will dox me. Like if you work as like a clerk, you could just say like I work as a clerk, or if you work as an accountant, you could be like I'm an accountant. One of her arms is shorter than the other. We went to the zoo, shopping, barcade, lots of ice cream, wine, a little tarot, and she went through my clothes, showed her around campus. That's so fun. Okay, so that's the direction that we want it to go in, and we want it to be like this. At a tour company, a librarian and an illustrator. Oh my gosh, you work like a million jobs. Yay, free from ads. So yeah, so I was saying about my grandma's sewing machine, she just liked her one. She didn't even really want to try it. And after many years, she gave me hers, and I was like, what am I going to do with this? And it just sat in my closet for like a year or two. And then now I use it, I wouldn't say a lot, but I'm using it more and more every year. I use it more. So it's pretty cool. I love it. I'm very thankful because I didn't have to buy my own sewing machine, which sewing machines are expensive. Is it just because, like, is it because living where you are is expensive, which I could assume that it might be? I won't say any more than that. Or is it because you're just like passionate about all of those different things? Except maybe the administrative assistant thing. Oh, unless you're administrative assistant and graphic designer at the tour company. Like both of those are at the same place. Because I could see wanting to be a librarian just as like something fun to do. If I'm being so for real. I worked as not as a librarian, but as a like a library assistant for 4 years when I was in college, and I loved it. I'm so tired too. You're a gender scientist? A person involved in the academic discipline of gender studies. Oh my god, that would be so exhausting. But, I mean, you know, doing the Lord's work, right? I'm not religious, by the way, just as a disclaimer. I just sometimes say religious things. I don't know why. I don't know why I do that. It's kind of confusing. My sister is a librarian. That's so fun. Also, we support all religions here, you know, we're very inclusive. So even if you are religious, I mean no harm by my occasional religious comments. We are just a very, as long as you are you know, accepting and tolerant of others and, you know, pro feminism, pro equality, all that, we're good then. Somebody came in the other day and they said they used a word in their religion. I'm not going to say what it was because I don't think that that's the point. And then they were like, are you accepting of blank people here? Which I feel like they were fishing. They were for sure fishing, and I was not biting. I obviously said, yes, we're, you know, tolerant of all religions here. You know, I also want to be clear, you know, I don't talk about it a lot, but just to be so for real for 1 second, just to know where I stand, I am pro-Palestine, anti-ICE, you know, human rights are incredibly important to me, which includes trans rights, women's rights, you know, other, you know, the rights of all people regardless of their skin color. So, just to be so for real. I'm a professional girl's girl. Slay. I mean, I think that's an awesome way of putting it. So this person came in and I think that they were just trying to stir the pot. And I was like, yeah, as long as you aren't like, don't be weird about it, like you can believe in whatever you want. Just like, don't come in here and be weird about it unless it's like a cool weird, there's a couple different kinds of weird. And if you're cool about it, no big deal. We love a little weird, but I think they knew what I meant because they didn't ever say anything else in here. Yeah, and I mean, I think that you can definitely believe in God and also be, tolerant and supportive, and so I think that it's possible that like people might assume that you are not tolerant because you're a woman of faith. But I think that being truly faithful to a higher power is being tolerant of others. I don't know many religions where they're like, yeah, fuck those guys. At its core, I think that there are a lot of modern American religions that do that. But like that's not what the teachings are about. That's not what God or Jesus or whoever you believe in ever said that. And a lot of people just like use it to spread hate and things like that, and I don't support that. But I think that most people don't, or like most people shouldn't. Something just floated down past my window. I think it was a leaf, but it was so slow. Yeah, my grandmother is a lifelong campaigner for women in the Catholic priesthood. That's what I grew up with. That's so wonderful. My grandmother, not the one that's in chat, not the one that's in my driveway right now. I honestly should just have her come in and sit on my couch. Like, I don't want her sitting in her car like that. I might do that in a minute after I'm done doing this and this conversation. But my other grandmother is quite religious. Actually, she is on the board of 2 different churches. And honestly, it's more because she is, that my grandma's in the driveway. Okay, so I live in an apartment complex. My grandma often comes into the chat. Her name in the chat is Carol William. And chat loves her, and she's great. I love her too. She's moving in 2 doors down from me. Today's the day she's supposed to get her keys. So she's been waiting in her car for the landlord to come by and give her her keys. And I did go out and talk to her, but she was just like, I'm good, I'm gonna sit in this car. And I'm like, okay. But now that she's been out there for a while, I'm like, just come inside. 1, I need to tell her, just call them. And then 2, she can just sit on my couch. It's not a big deal. So yeah, so she's fine, but she is in my driveway right now. I know that was like a really weird thing to say. Yes, she's moving in very close. So, if I start to, start looking real healthy, I'll say it that way. It's because of my grandma. But yeah, so your own personal belief. So I'm not religious, but I have faith. That's how my grandma that's down there believes. If she was in here right now, she would also say something similar. And that's kind of how I believe too. Like, I don't know if I believe in uh like I would say I'm spiritual. Like I think that I believe in a lot of things that are like a lot of values that are very similar to a lot of religions, but I just don't know if I believe in like the higher power being like human like or like um an embodiment of like a a person kind of thing. But that's my own personal beliefs and things like that. Yeah, I definitely have like grandma style, I would say, which is likely very influenced by my grandma, because I did grow up around her a lot. Um, and I like older things. I like natural materials like wood and metal, and like I think that tends to lean sort of. I mean, and my grandma did literally buy me this bedspread like when I was in like middle school, so and my grandma's mom actually crocheted this blanket that I'm pointing at, the brown and yellow one. Um so yeah, so very very grandma core in here. Yeah. Yeah, we probably have similar beliefs honestly. And so I would say like yeah, I um but my other um grandma, she switched from Catholic to Episcopalian in like the late 90s early 2000s because she didn't believe with like what the like she believed in all of the things that were relating to her faith, which is why she continued to go to church, but she didn't believe in what the organized religion of Catholicism was doing or like stood for. And so her, pastors or whatever deacons, I don't know what she has there because I'm not very knowledgeable, but they have been women, they've been gay people, they've been from all walks of life, and I think that's really great. I don't pay too much attention to the bedding. I was looking at the walls and the billion frames, but oh my god, now that I'm looking, I think my grandma had that as a computer chair. Oh, this thing for her computer she didn't know how to use. Let me switch to just chatting for a second so you can see my background. I'm gonna run and go tell my grandma to sit on my couch. So I'll be right back. But I'll leave you with my a little bit messy background. Well, we wait. And then my rebrand, I also leaned into the like knick-knacky tchotchke vibes. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that I was late. Hello. Were you guys just chatting? My grandma did get into the apartment. That's why I was gone for so long, is because I wanted to look around because I hadn't been in that apartment before. And it's a nice apartment. I could see her being there for a while. Even after I hopefully move as well. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. Thank you for that hydrate. I just did take a sip of water, but I'll take another one just for you. Thank you all for sticking around while I ran over and, like, made sure my grandma was all set. She is embarking on a new adventure, and that is being my neighbor. I haven't lived next to my grandma since I was 7. I mean, I have lived with my grandma since then, but I have not lived, like, this. Oh, stretch. Did you hear the sound? Did the sound play? I am having an issue where I can't hear my sounds, but hopefully you heard it. Because everybody was like, you should keep it, or you should make that the sound. So I did. No sounds? No one's hearing any sounds? That's not good. Liz did say she heard the splash of the water before. The sound did play, but it was pretty quiet though. Okay, let's turn it up. I'm gonna turn them both up. Yeah, it's supposed to be the Minecraft water sound. Let's do some testing together. Okay, so if I play Stretch.
Stretch, good!
You heard that, I'm assuming. But my Firebot fix did not play. I wonder if I just turn monitor and output. It's from Adventure Time, if you've seen Adventure Time.
Stretch, good!
Okay, now it's working. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete my... That's my bad. I was in my alert scene. And I usually would go into studio mode for that, but I forgot. And then let's do hydrate. Okay, I heard that this time. And then song request, I didn't hear that. So there's something wrong with the song request twinkle. Because it's still linked to my other thing. Sound effects. I think it's this one. Is that the one that it... Let's do cancel. I just want to make sure. Achievement. Okay, yeah. There we go. Alrighty. That should work. Amazing. We're getting there. We're getting there. And my grandma's like, do you know when you're gonna be done? So basically so that I can help her set up her internet. So I might take like an extended break just to do that. It shouldn't take more than like 20 minutes. It honestly should not even take 5, but I'm giving myself some um leeway. Just in case. I'm gonna follow you on Instagram. If you're gonna be posting spoilers, you should mute him. I found an Ethernet cable, so I finally have my PC directly connected instead of just Wi-Fi. Yay! Why did you post, Goober? You should wait at least another 2 weeks before you post anything RE9 related. Or anything RE9 spoiler related. I guess you could be like, oh my god, isn't Leon so hot? Something like that. You can block certain terms. Yeah, but I don't know if you're looking at your friend's story if it will block it on Instagram. So, but what I'm saying is that you could just mute somebody until they're, it's a joke about Ashley being in the game, but then it pans to an earlier game object that has the caption, "It's useless." That's funny. So it's not a spoiler. I guess it could be a spoiler that Ashley isn't in the game, but I guess I don't even know if she is or isn't either. But yeah. So my grandma has access to her apartment now. I don't know how this pen works. What's that? What? Okay. But yeah, the apartment is really nice. It's a lot nicer than mine. So for those that have been in my apartment, it's a lot bigger and nicer than mine. But I'm kind of glad because chances are like this could be where my grandma lives like forever. Versus me who will move eventually. This was never meant to be my forever home. $69 Riz? Can somebody pin that? You keep getting really good Riz numbers, Kaylee. Oh yeah, no, 76 gay in here is like one of the lowest numbers you can get. It's like the 11th lowest number you can get. But with Riz, it's just 0 to 100, so that would be high Riz. It's a little confusing. I don't know why I did it like that. Okay. So now we have all of the pieces of fabric cut out. Which is amazing because I was sick of that. Okay, let's do this one. Hello, welcome in, Rio. How are you doing? I'm just unintentionally charming. Isn't that what Riz kind of is? Unintentionally being unintentionally charming. Okay. I'm doing good. I'm back. I have tuna salad. Welcome back with your tuna salad. Oh yeah, I guess I can just go with this. I'm sewing my puppet. Tiny, you know Rio? I love that. I'm really nervous about doing the hands, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm even more nervous about doing the head. I could do this a lot faster, but I'm scared. So we're gonna go slow and steady. You're engaged to a woman? Amazing. I love that. Slay. Slay. Obviously, it'd be fine if you weren't engaged to a woman, but I like that more. I do have a boyfriend, but I am also very queer. Two things can exist at the same time. Okay, so we're going to cut this out. I'm nervous. Pepper girl. Aw, I love that. Oh, because you're salt girl. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Also, probably TMI, but I started my period yesterday. Okay. This is a safe space, yeah. I try not to, like, if I ever hear my friends, like, the other day I literally, like, I don't want to say yelled at my friend, but I guess she had somebody come into her stream when she was talking about her period, and they were like, "Oh, why are we talking about that?" And she was just um, like, "Oh, like, sorry," or whatever. And so the next day she was like, "Not to be gross, but like, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "It's not gross. It's natural. Talk about it if you want." Like, I was, like, very, like, you talk about it. So I'm also pro talking about it, but I also know that people online can sometimes track people's cycles, and I don't know if I want that much information out there. I don't know how I'm gonna get this in here. Maybe fold it like this and then shove it in. Yes, I'm still gonna do it. I also talk about my birth control that I've had over the years because I've tried a bunch of different ones. I talk about my journey in queerness. They track people's cycles. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Yes. That is a thing that happens sometimes. There was actually like recently a big like VTuber thing about it where like there was somebody who made a website of like all of the major like femme presenting
Join the club.
Did you hear that? That's one of our new alerts. A website, yeah. And like obviously there was like major backlash and a lot of them were like this isn't even accurate. Like not only is this gross but you're also wrong. um but yes, welcome in Indy. I can't believe it's been 14 months. I love the sound. Thank you. It's from Labyrinth. It's a Labyrinth sound. It's from the hat on the Wise Man. Oh my god. Getting this on is like, I mean, it makes sense because it's like literally her like skin, so I guess it should fit like firmly. Yes, we're sewing today, but like it's all bunched up weird. I'm still learning a lot of things about making a puppet, as you might be able to tell by me. Thank you. Fun fact about this sweater. It had fallen off of a hanger in my closet and has been sitting on top of all of my socks for like months, which is part of why I haven't worn it, because I kind of keep forgetting that it exists. Because if I can't see it, it does not exist to me. Hence also why ooh, maybe I did this wrong. Um maybe I did the stretch wrong. Oops. Um yeah, but also I got this cardigan at Walmart. It's No Boundaries, but it's about 2 or 3 seasons. Yes, I did know about pseudo periods. I am always asking whenever my like trans friends are like, "Oh my god, I feel like shit." I'm like, "Are you on your period?" Okay. What does it do though? Oh, so it you'll still get like a lot of the same like things that might come with a period, like mood swings, maybe night sweats if that's a symptom that you get on your period. Um like changes in appetite, uh various like all of the non-bleeding symptoms of a period you can still get. Yeah. Which also is kind of confusing to a lot of people, like a lot of trans women, because they're like, wow, I feel so weird all of a sudden. What's going on here? And they, um, yeah, bloating, cramping, migraines. Yeah. Um, and they don't have, like, when I'm like, oh my God, why do I feel so weird? Then I, go to the bathroom and I'm like, oh, that's why, that makes sense. But like, obviously they don't have that. So they're like, why do I feel all these weird feelings? And then it's like, they just have to like do a lot of Googling or talking to their doctor to figure it out, usually at first. And it doesn't happen to everybody, just like, bottom growth might not happen to every trans man. Um, or like facial hair or voice drop, like things like that don't always happen for everybody, but um it can happen. Okay, we've got her like skin on. I don't know what to call it. I feel like calling it a sheath is weird too, so I don't want to do that. um but yeah, and then I'm gonna attach the thing under here, and then this I should be able to cut this. Sister Miss has the flu and hasn't left the house in days, and she's clearly losing it. She won't stop yapping. Oh no. So basically, in the tutorial, the guy was like, so now that you have this on, cut into where you have the neck hole. And then you're gonna, like, tuck the fabric in. And you can secure it with, like, hot glue or something. So I'm gonna eventually do that. But now I can get my hand through here. Not that it looks a lot different because she's all white. It would look a little bit different if she wasn't, but okay, so we've got that. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. The human body is great. And honestly, the human body in relation to hormones is very interesting. Like it controls and changes so much. Yeah. Speaking of women, hello Danny, how are you doing? We're making my puppet. So, I'm doing a lot of sewing. I love that you love Indy because Indy is one of my favorite people that I've met on Twitch, honestly. She's like my surrogate little sister. And I do have a little sister, but like if I had another little sister that was even younger. Okay. I hope that's not too loud. I don't think that it is. It sounds like you might not even be able to hear it if I don't talk while it's going. But I probably will talk while it's going because, like I said, professional girls girl, yes. It's spring. Yeah, maybe for you mid-Atlantic folks. It's not spring here. I saw this thing the other day and it was like a picture of New England and it was like different colors as it like goes down the area and it was like, can you put your plow away? And my whole area was like, no. And I'm like, fuck. Because that means we're gonna get more snow. Try to explain, but I just can't understand. Oh, actually, yeah. This is the direction I want it to go in. Yeah. Great. Exclamation point sun. It was 82 on Saturday. That's crazy. March is awful. It's just like mud and then more snow and then mud and then more snow. Because I can now open my windows when working with resin and solder. Yes. Yeah, I've been trying to make this puppet over the last couple of weeks, and I've been working with a lot of rubber cement. Thankfully, I feel like the rubber cement that I am using is like low odor, because I actually did end up using it without opening the window once, and it was literally no different than when I had the window open. Like, I didn't even really even smell it. But it's the Elmer's one, Craft Bond, so I feel like it's like not as bad as if I was using like industrial strength rubber cement, you know? So thankfully that's not as bad, but you definitely should be wearing, you know, masks and opening windows and things like that when working with chemicals, but I just needed to touch something up really quick. The fact that I have to sew 2 of these is crazy. I've never sewn something like this intricate. And it's not even that intricate. I'm just not very skilled with sewing. Also, if you do exclamation point, this is for Salt Girl. If you do exclamation point playlist, it'll give you the playlist that we're playing. Also, if you're interested in knowing like all the songs that are on it. I change out my playlists like seasonally. So right now it's the spring 2026 playlist. And then if you go to my Spotify page, which like I know Spotify is bad, but I currently don't have the mental energy to switch everything over right now. So I am aware, but it has all my playlists from the past like year or two. It's 64 degrees and sunny right now. I've been enjoying opening my windows so much. I know March is fickle, but if it gets cold again, I will crash out. Yes. I think you're in a kind of a safe area to like where it's gonna keep getting warmer. Like I think that you're a little bit more north than some of the people in chat that have been saying that it's warm, but I think that you're on your way for sure. I don't want to jinx it, but this is going surprisingly well. I used song shift to switch over to title. It took me a bit of time, but it was really easy. Also, you're doing your best. It's okay to stick with Spotify until you have the mental space to switch. Yeah, girl, it's crazy out here. I also can't figure out how to connect title to the command that says what the song is. I wonder if you could connect title to what is it called? It's like something FM. What's wrong with Spotify? Well, they are not against AI. Yeah, Last FM. If you could connect title to Last FM, you might be able to incorporate and enter I'm trying to figure out right now. They're just being weird. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because that's how I use my bot, is like it's through Spotify, but then also connected to Last.fm. But yeah, so basically it's like they're not very against AI, like they're allowing AI music to be on their platform and sometimes even promoting it, which is something that I'm very against. Also they run like ICE ads, yeah. And I don't have ads, so I don't even get them, but there are a lot of people that do have ads and they do get the ICE ads, which I'm also very against. And then they just like have a history of not paying their creators very well either. Like that might not be even what the main reasons people are switching is for, but that is like a reason that is on my mind. So again, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. We all have to do our best, you know. Even like people say like if I switch to YouTube Music. Yeah. We do the best we can, don't we? Yeah. You know, so if like even before a lot of like boycotts and things like that had been like, not that boycotts just recently started, but like the bigger boycotts, like basically every big corporation right now is under a boycott, and it's really hard. Like you pretty much can't exist without breaking some kind of thing somewhere, you know, because of the way that America is structured. But similarly to how people felt about like the consumption of meat or like animal products and how that impacts the environment. You know, some people would be like, okay, maybe you don't cut out meat. It's even harder if you're disabled. Exactly. And it's like maybe instead of cutting out meat altogether, you just, you know, maybe you switch one meal a week to like like you're to a plant-based meal or something like that. Like just maybe, you know, instead of going to Target on your lunch breaks because that's where you always go to walk around, maybe you know, find a local bookstore to walk around in, you know, like that kind of thing where you just like make small adjustments where you can and do your best and don't beat yourself up too much about it, because a lot of it isn't even in like that is like the best that we can do. There's not where our hands are kind of tied in a lot of ways. It's pretty good and not expensive. The only downside is that my Roku TV doesn't have an app for me to play it on my TV. That is kind of a bummer, but it would probably be the same with Tidal too. So I feel like which I don't really get, because Roku used to have a YouTube app and they also used to have a Twitch app, and now they don't, which I find to be so strange. My TV is not a Roku anymore. But it used to be, like, I used to have one that was a Roku, but my grandma gave me her TV when she moved the first time. And so now I do have a YouTube app and a Twitch app, but yeah. But then again, oh, thank you so much. Hello, Tom. How is it already another month? I feel like you just I mean, you must have just turned it over a couple of times. Username checks out. Indy, do you say that every time? We also are working on some new alerts. I have like half of the new alerts set up, which is not as many as I wanted to have today, but I forgot to change my clocks. So I woke up an hour later than I wanted to. That's on me. I'm hoping by tomorrow I should have all the alerts set up. But yeah, we do have some new alerts coming, and that was one of them. I think that one's fun. Ooh, and a med check. Thank you so much for the med check. Girl out here with an analog wind up alarm clock. It's not wind up, it has batteries, but it is not connected to the internet at all. So I do have to change it, and I just forgot. But yes, I do use an analog alarm clock. I used to all the time when I was like in college and also in my first job out of college. But then I switched back to my I switched to my phone, but then in the new year I was like, I want more analog things in my life, and I don't want to be relying on my phone for every single thing that I do. And you know, even then this morning Malachi was like, who's my boyfriend, was like, oh, like making fun of me also for having a analog clock. And I was like, I mean, it makes things more interesting, you know? So I do. My analog clock is my backup alarm because sometimes my phone likes to make a morning alarm go off silently. Yeah, well that's the thing. Right around the time when I switched back to analog was when that was getting like really bad. I have yet to make fun of you. Well, thank you. But yeah, like it ring 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 banana phone. I know. I do love like analog devices and stuff. Like I am a big fan of like, I mean, can you tell based on my setup? Um so um like my volume will be on max for my alarm and yet it goes off without sound. Kind of rude, yeah. I wasn't making fun of you. Okay, when I say like making fun, like it's like you were picking on me, like not like that you were like being mean to me. Malachi's not mean to me, guys. Just so you're aware. If I've ever made it sound like he's mean to me, he's not actually mean to me. Just so you all know. Um, but yes. So yes. Defeat the hot dog is so funny. Yes, everybody's chill here. Sometimes we poke a little fun, but it's not, no one's upset. I'm not upset. And if it is ever too far and somebody is upset, please let me know because that was never my intention. And I would love to rectify that. Okay, so we've got one hand. And I want to turn it inside out. Okay. Alrighty. We go at it story style. They're fighting over there. Yeah, I think that happens sometimes. You know, you just poke fun at your partner. Oh, I don't like how that turned out. Okay, it's probably fine. Hey, Tom. Thank you so much for that donation. Let me get my page up. Thank you. You really didn't have to. I just know it's you. It didn't out you. I just know that it is you. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, it is a Muppet hand for sure. It's a little awkward looking. But it's empty. I know it's empty. I was also gonna add more stuff on there too. But I need to get my alerts sorted before I can go just like shopping online and adding to my thing. So um you know, gotta have priorities. And then well, that too. That's what I was supposed to do this morning is finish the alerts because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 of like 33 done. So it's not even half, it's like a third. What's this one? Oh, this is the neck piece. Okay. Die. When I die. Okay, I need to sew this. And hopefully it's not as weird as the other one ended up being. How is it 2 p.m.? I know. I mean, one, I think we're all a little off because of daylight savings. So that's probably how it's 2 p.m. is we actually feel like it should be 1 p.m. But still. Okay, I don't really know how I'm gonna make this be less weird than the other one, but I'm just gonna hope that it is. I'm just gonna hope that it is less weird. I was so late to class. Oh no. Did you forget to change your clock too? Oh god, is this still attached? Why is this still, what is this attached to? That means that this hasn't been doing it, right? Oh, I guess it has. Weird. 5 a.m. sleeper? Like you went to bed at 5 a.m.? That's wild. Why would you do that? I've learned a lot through this process about puppets, about patterns, about working with fleece. Oh, whoops. How's the puppet coming along? I made this weird glove. It's very weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Well, actually, I think that's going to be the main one, and this one will be like the one that I stuff and have as her left hand, because basically what's going to happen is like she's going to have like a sleeve, and I'm going to be like partially in the sleeve, and so I will be able to do like things for her with this hand. Just honestly, just because I wanted to. I mean, I probably will puppet her on stream for sure, but I'm not like doing it for a specific like performance or anything like that. I'm hoping this will just be less weird. Yeah. If I'm not asleep by 3 a.m., then it's 5 a.m. because free will exists, exactly. But if I'm not down by 5 a.m. normally, I'm just pulling an all-nighter to reset the internal clock. That's fair. What did that say? As I made a thick thigh sticker last night instead of working on the VTuber things that I'm supposed to. I mean, it might not be what you wanted to finish, but you did finish something, right? That's worth something. Okay. Ooh. Hydrate. Thank you for that hydrate. Now I can actually hear it. Yay! Now I won't miss it. But it's like the Minecraft bucket sound is like what it is. Or like the fishing sound. I think they're the same sound, but yeah, that's the sound it was. It's a Minecraft water sound. Was it, like, super loud? Because I honestly was having a hard time figuring out what, like I felt like I just went for a swim. The water audio is good. Okay, great. I don't know if this was better or worse, but we are giving it a try, and we shall see. Okay. Amazing. So we have a second glove. Yeah, I think this one is better. So this will be the main glove, and the other one I'll just probably stuff and have as her other hand. Okay. Oh no, it's still weird. I don't know how I'm supposed to fix that, but basically another glove. It doesn't look as weird from a distance, but basically like the way that the like in-betweens of the glove are all scrunched up. Okay. So we have 2 live hands now. Okay. Now for the part that I've been afraid of this whole time, which is the head. Um I don't even know where to start really. Let me actually yes. Crazy. I'm afraid of doing the head of this puppet. I need to go back to when he was sewing it. This is the video I'm watching. His is super stretchy. Mine is not as stretchy. No horn? What is that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Peach is definitely great at that. If Peach was here right now, I don't even want to know what he'd be saying in the chat. So he's hand stitching it together, but I don't want to stitch together. But like, how did he have it looking? Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm scared. So the reference is to this guy. He's like on the phone with his girlfriend and he's standing on his or like he's holding his skateboard and he's on a sidewalk and he just says, "What? So no head?" And then he like throws the phone and then throws the skateboard and then steps on like jumps on it so it smashes in the middle. It's crazy. But yeah, it was a reference to a thing. But if you like look up So No Head, um the if you look up So No Head, it'll come up. Okay. No. So I want it to I'm freaking out. Not that this is any different than the other things that I've sewn for this project, really. I don't know why I'm like more nervous about this piece. Oh, it's doing that thing. What is wrong? Why is there something's wrong? Let's just there. Because my roommate would force me to watch compilations. Got it. There are a weirdly large amount of Vine references, I feel like, in here. Okay. This is gonna go back here. And this is gonna go in here and then around here and then like that. And then this can go Why is sewing so difficult? And I don't even mean like the actual like sewing of it. I just feel like the machine makes it hard for you, you know, like what's that all about? We are gonna have to use the rubber cement again. So, okay. So now which ones need to be sewn together? These. Y'all, did you watch the America's Next Top Model documentary? That shit was crazy. I've been wanting to watch. You should watch it. It was a very engaging docuseries. Okay, so we have two seams of the head. And then we need the third one. I guess I'll go in this direction, which is weird, but I'll do it. It was sad, but like also incredibly interesting and informative. Okay, now I might wait until my sister's here since we would watch. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I think that sounds like fun. Okay, so I need to. Oh, God, I have no idea how I'm going to do this. Okay, so. I don't know. I feel like this is not the right size. I feel like it needs to be slightly smaller. When's your sister coming to visit? Do you have a date set, or is it just like that you want her to visit? Okay. So this way. Okay. This is horrifying. I know I'm being dramatic, okay? I'm aware of my drama. Please let me be dramatic. The end of the month. She'll be here for my birthday. Aw. There are various reasons that I can tell you later if you're interested. Yeah. So fun. Seems like you're finally getting a lot of people like visiting, which I think is great because I know that there was like a while where you were kind of traveling a lot, and so I think it's cool that people are coming to visit you. Plus, you know I'm like big on sibling friendships and stuff like that. That's true. That's true. Although I do know that your parents have been like they do visit you, but oh, we gotta hydrate.
Stretch
Okay.
good.
Okay. Now that I like hear it, it's so crazy. Oh. Where'd I put my tissue? They're going to Hawaii? That's so exciting. I have personally never been to Hawaii before. 8,000 smiles, so I like it when you talk down, turn the radio down. I like it when you talk down, turn the radio. No shade to BB No Money, but like, I really wish I could have gone to see Dijon. no. Okay, well, that did nothing. Like it when you talk down. Like it when you talk down. Hello. Welcome in. Can you tell your wife that I love her? That was to Macho Nacho. She's asleep. Okay, well, when she gets up. She deserves to sleep. She's building a whole human inside of her right now. That has to be exhausting. You know I love a wife. So true. Okay, now let's try to get this going. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh no, why does this keep happening? Okay, we need to, I think, rewrap this. So we're gonna maybe I'll just like I don't know, because it's not like empty yet. Part of me is like, can I just make like tiny little knot that won't cause any disruption? But we'll join these two together. We'll see. Oh, I bet that's so cozy. I'm so excited for you guys. You're also like I was telling another friend about how I got my vaccines um on Friday and how it was because my friend is having a baby. And so then they were like, you know, I love babies, especially if they're cool babies. And I was like, they're a very cool baby because of their parents. Because you guys are some of the coolest people that I know. I'm like holding my breath trying to tie this knot. I want it to be like a very non-obtrusive knot because it basically needs to be like one of those magic knots. kitchen. Okay. And then, so basically you tie a knot. What if she thinks we're lame? Do I give off like that I think people are lame? Because I feel like that's not the first time that I've heard that. But I really like admire so many like if we're friends, like I probably admire you so much. So it's like of course I don't think and I have a friend too. Oh, I'm talking about our daughter. Okay, great. She's gonna probably think that you're lame. Yeah, no. I don't think you're lame, but she probably will. Um, which is so annoying because you guys are so cool. So it's like, okay, you could have had like accountants that are mean as parents, and instead you have like some of the coolest people as parents, and you're gonna think they're lame. But that's a conversation that we'll have to have with her when she's like older. With anger. Oh, like you and your friends like in your life, or you and um like uh because I feel like you don't need to be best friends with your kid. You will be eventually. Like you treat them a like your child that you need to be raising, and then when they're older, then you'll be best friends. Versus if you try to be best friends when they're kids, then they'll never be friends with you. That's what my dad tried to do. And he's the worst, which you guys aren't the worst. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think you guys are going to be amazing parents. But I agree. I don't think that you should stop having friends just because you're parents. You should definitely still have friends, and we love you. So, and we'll love Tadpole as well. Honestly, it's like a life goal of mine to be a fun aunt, so this gets me like one step closer. Yes, exactly, exactly. Like they are gonna think you're the best people in the world for like I don't know, like 8 years. And then they'll think you're all right for like 4 more years. And then they might hate you. um for a while after that. And then they'll come back around. Honestly, I'm just gonna do this by hand. Yeah. Oh my god, my mom and I would fight so much when I was young. Is this how I do it? Ah, yes. There we go. Is this on my playlist? It is not, but it is now. Tiny is here, right? Their drawing of Rem was crazy. I do believe Tiny is here, maybe lurking, but yeah. Do you mean the one with the like what was it? Oh, mayonnaise. Yeah. I was like, what was on his butt? It's mayonnaise. Yeah, that's the pose. Okay. And then oh my gosh, that's so annoying. Threading, like, honestly, threading the needle is the most annoying part. And, like, it's actually kind of easy on this sewing machine. Like, they make it really easy, but it's just, like, annoying anyway. It's just always gonna be annoying, I think. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna have better luck now. I think there just wasn't enough string on the spool that I was working with. I really want to get this, like, I'm kind of oh, I guess ow. Turns out that if you get your finger in the way of scissors, you'll cut yourself. Who would have thought? I want to cut this, I think. No, but literally, like, why? Ironic song that just started playing. Okay. No. To be fair, I never changed the tension on this. Maybe that could be partially my problem. It's at 4, but I don't even really know what that means. Like, what does it go up to? It goes up to 8. And it seems like... Okay, so 3, 4, 5 seem to be the middle, the average. How long have you been crafting, Bryn? Is puppets a personal fave? I have been a crafter, like, honestly, for a long time, but I got out of it and I got back into it in the last, like, year or so. I've been doing a lot of crafting on stream, and that's helped me get back into it, which I've really liked. I will say that the more involved a project is, as much as I'll complain about it, the more I like it. Like, I have a few, like, smaller craft things to do on stream, but, like, I like when I, like, can do a little bit and then, like, put it down and then have a game day the next day and then, like, craft again like a couple days later, you know, where I can sort of mix it up, but, like, the project has a lot of different steps. Like in my co-working scene and right, like, up here, you can see this, like, birdhouse thing, and then you can also see it right here. I painted that. It was just and, like, added all the detailing to it. It was just like a little wooden thing from the craft store. And so I, like, painted the whole thing, and, like, I added, like, a tassel to it. It has, like, a bunting on it, like, kind of like medieval, like, bunting. Um and, like, mini tassels and, like, all these little details that I got to make that were kind of like I had to like there was a lot of problem solving that went into it. And I think similarly with the puppet, I have that situation where, like, this is, like, her eyelid, and yeah, this is her eyelid, and as you can see, I'm using, like, fake lashes, which is, like, you know, not something I've used in her craft before. And, like, I had to make round eyes, so I used, like, a tablespoon, you know? And then for the ears, I started off with just regular ears. And then I was like, wait, I can make whatever ears I want. So I made elf ears, which I haven't wrapped in felt yet, but yeah. So it's like I can kind of do whatever I want. And I think, like, that's something that's really cool about this type of craft. Okay, now can we maybe climb back, darling? Oh, oops. Sometimes you forget to put the foot down. Oh my gosh. I really should have probably pinned this down, but I didn't. So now I'm dealing with the consequences of my own actions. Okay. Okay, so now you can kind of see the mouth is kind of coming together. So this is the corner where her mouth will bend. And this is the top of her head, but it's not attached yet because I have to do a lot more sewing. I basically have to sew the other half. Literally, yeah. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, now we will start going in the opposite direction. Which I have to be a little bit more careful to not hit my thumb with the arm of the... Calling it an arm of a leg is funny, but I don't know what else to call it. I've never honestly had to sew anything that was like this shape before. Where you have to like attach it at like an angle, you know, like in a three-dimensional shape, basically. I've only ever really attached like two pieces together and not one that would then like make a like a gusset or something like that. Like not one that would then like make a different shape. So okay, now I can hear my ding for the sound. If you want me to add that, I can't. Oh, you did it. Okay. All right. So, oh wow, actually, that worked out pretty well, I think. It went a little bit further though than I had expected. Oh gosh. Maybe I should have trusted the the original shape. Because now she's gonna have like a weird cheek moment, I think, on this side. Hello, welcome in. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Do I seam rip the whole thing? I don't even know if I have a seam ripper. I might have one in here. That's not a seam ripper. Is this one a seam ripper? Yeah, okay. So we do have a seam ripper. I don't even know what this is. It's just like a pointy thing with a hole in it. Okay. So I think what happened is that I felt like I knew better than the pattern. And then I um uh altered it in a way that ended up making it wrong. Because I actually did not know better than the pattern. In fact, quite the opposite. I think that the pattern was right and I was wrong the whole time. Thank you. I'm getting so many compliments on my sweater today. Thank you guys. I guess that's what happens when you lose something in your closet for a couple months and then you start wearing it again. Pro tip, if you're like, I have nothing to wear, I rewear everything all the time, just stop wearing the same thing. Wear something different, and then put it back on. It's like it's brand new. I need this to be seam ripped in a way that doesn't ruin it. Dark, dirty laundry. Strawberry, raspberry, candlelight, satellite, X-ray vision. I've also never been very good at seam ripping, so this is a test for sure. Don't really want to talk about it. You've hurt me so much. Yeah, you've hurt me so much. "1001 won't be so bad." Analyze satellite. Okay. I ripped like half of it or more than half of it and it's going. I have ripped a couple of holes in the fabric that I don't want to rip. I'm trying to only rip it in the ones that I am okay with ripping. But I can only do so much when you're dealing with fleece and felt. So. Okay. We got her free. Okay. You know, I was wondering when that was going to happen because I figured it was going to happen at some point. But yeah, we're working on the puppet today. And now I need to pull back out the pattern that I needed for the mouth. Here's the mouth. So here's the mouth that they gave me to work with, and this is the shape that I ended up using, which meant that I trimmed off like a good amount. Well, actually, I think it more went this way. I trimmed off a good amount on top and bottom, and turns out I shouldn't have done that. Because it looked like it was too big, but it actually wasn't. It was fine. I shouldn't have done that. So that's on me. Where did it go, though? Okay. I also got a red, which will end up being her tongue. Kind of like Kermit. And this is the inside of her mouth. So thankfully we still have enough to make another one. Okay. Does this work on this? I mean, kind of. I really just need it to work well enough that I can know where to cut. Right? That's really all that matters. What color is the tongue on your puppet? Is it like pink? Because for those that don't know, a tiny artist actually owns a puppet of themselves that they commissioned from somebody. You can put them in the chat again if you want. I'm all for supporting other puppet makers. I guess I'm also supposed to know where to sew this, but I think I'll be able to see the edge. You know what? I'm just gonna... Because I do think that this is a little bit big for the head that I ended up making. And I don't know if that's because I filled it out wrong or something, but at least this will be the right shape. Okay. So what was the other one? So you can see they are very, well, I guess maybe you can't see that because of the lighting, but they are quite different in shape and size. So we're gonna go with the new one. And hope for the best. But yeah, I was kind of going for like I didn't want her mouth to draw that much attention. Because well, I just don't think that it needs to draw that much attention. Oh, okay, there's still a little bit of extra. Okay, amazing. Perfect. Where is my Sharpie? It might be in here. Okay. This is also kind of like a firmer felt too, so I think that did not help in the seam ripping situation. Like it kind of stood its own against my seam ripper. Okay. There we go. And of course, I touch a Sharpie for 5 seconds and I have Sharpie on my hand. You know how it is. Okay. I'm only shaking my head because I got too cocky and messed up the pattern because I thought that I knew better than Puppet Nerd, which clearly I don't. So I have been humbled. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I have not always been a fan of my voice. So knowing that you can co-work to it is a huge compliment. Also, welcome in. I hope that you're having an okay day. I'm glad you're feeling better. And it's also good that people like co-working to my voice because I feel like I have a lot of co-workers in my chat because I did co-working for so long. But I just can't stop talking. I can't stop. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and we do use Super Sweet Bot if you do want to use it. It's not on screen right now because we're doing crafting, but it's still active all the time. It's just like a part of my channel. Okay. She's got some weird little hairs. Don't worry, I'll get them. It's from all the seam ripping. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay. Oh no! I hate when I accidentally set off my car alarm. It's so embarrassing. And I know nobody really cares. Like as long as you turn it off like right away, no one really cares. But it's still like that was so dramatic, you know? Do any of your cars have names? My car's name is Pearl. She's a Subaru Crosstrek. So many little little strings. Is this better? Yes, this is a lot better shaped. Turns out I didn't know better than Puppet Nerd Guy. Um, who would have thought? Okay. I call mine Minerva, but Mr. Monster started calling it Sailor Equinox. Then I think I like that better. That's cute. the record now. I hate when I get all set up, I go to sew, and then the needle comes unthreaded. And I'm just like, why? What did I do to you? Okay. You know, I feel like Noah Kahan really knows his audience. And I think that's great. Hello, Maddie. It sounds like you got home safe, which is great. How was your lovely weekend? I know that me saying lovely implies that what you're going to answer, but I think that's safe to say that it was lovely. Okay. So the rest of this... This is so hard. This part is a lot harder than the rest. Okay. Where's the neck piece? Okay. So where do the neck pieces meet? Is it like this? Okay, yeah, I think so. Okay. Eating Wendy's in my car. Oh, okay, well, be safe. I heard that you had a fun weekend, and I'm excited about that for you. Okay, basically, I need to sew these two together. I think I'm gonna cut some of this. No, I don't want to cut it because now I'm nervous because of what happened the last time that I cut something on the pattern. Okay, I'm gonna put it on her head, actually. We're gonna stab the needle over here. It was fun, yay! I'm so glad. Okay. Oh, this is so weird. Okay, how do I need this to go? Sort of like that. Oh, this is so freaky. So freaky. I'm leaving so Maddie can be honest about the weekend. I'm sure that it was I'm absolutely positive that Maddie had a good time. This is going to be a tight fit, I think. So basically, this is how it's looking. And I need to sort out what's happening here at her chin. And then I also need to sew on the neck. So these are two things that I'm having an issue with right now. Okay. Honestly, I get pinged by, oh my god. I need to send this to my group chat. I did get pinged, yeah. But I just have to deal with it because I want to get the pings. But oh, hydrate.
You stretch good!
That throws me off every time. Cheddar mashed potatoes, that sounds so good. Okay. So I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do here. I think I want to maybe cut the seam a little bit right here so that I can, which I know I just was like, no, don't do that, but I basically needed to rip a little bit of the seam so that I can fold the fold the fabric over so that I can sew it. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna sew this one a little bit more in this direction, which I can do from this side. Okay. Okay, I am gonna need to trim some of this and start over. Well, not start over, but like just fix it. I think I'm gonna do an Aldi run after I eat. I love having a productive Monday while people are working. I know, right? I'm so close to being done with my work today. Yay! That's amazing. This basically is my job. So if any of you have any money burning a hole in your pocket, your girl has no job. So, but no obligation. No one should feel pressured. But if you're looking for a place for it to go, I would be a happy recipient. Okay, that looks so much better already. Okay, amazing. Oh my god. I look away for 5 seconds, I have 13 messages in a group chat. Okay, now we can sew these two together. I think part of this isn't even just like it's my noviceness at sewing. It's like not even that the pattern is difficult, or it's just like that I am like, okay, that's good enough. And I don't really have the know how to be like, okay, no, that's not gonna be good enough, you know? I feel like that's part of the issue. Okay. So now let's take a look at this. Yay! Got some food and applied for unemployment. Slay. Okay. So I'm just gonna try and kind of put this on just to see how we're doing. Obviously, this is not going to be the last time I put her head on, but I'm gonna trim some of this, I think, before putting this all together. But, oh, let me. Yeah, I think it's looking all right. I need to do some trimming of some of the inside fabric. But I would say like it's going all right. Um, like some of this extra felt on the inside can just be cut off because I don't need it anymore. And it's just sort of like kind of making a mess in when I'm trying to like push it in and form it. And then I was also probably gonna give her like lips anyway. So, you know, if I'm giving her lips, then that will also cover up some of the mistakes. Oh yeah, like that. I don't need like all of that fabric, basically. And then this can even be like cut like here. Mistakes or creative freedoms. Exactly. Exactly. Because I just like don't want to. Um, okay. There we go. So now there's like just a lot less bulk when I go to turn this inside out. There's like not as much to get in my way while I'm trying to like maneuver the lips and like the mouth and stuff. Because I will need to like glue it down, which is going to be kind of like messy. I'm not looking forward to it actually. I'm extremely not looking forward to it. Yay! Okay, so now we also want to sew on the neck piece. Which if I do this, you can kind of see this shape. And let me, oh my god, I'm making a mess. I'm really trying not to make a mess actually. And I think I'm doing an okay job, but so then this piece right here with this like curve, that will attach to this piece with a curve. But I just need to figure out which part goes to which part. I think it's like this? Maybe? I mean, yeah, that would make some sense, I guess, but I just feel like the seam should be back here. Maybe it is this way? Let's give it a shot. Why not? What, you know, what could go wrong? This is the only thing that makes sense, I think. I guess I could just watch his video. Does he put that on? Okay. When does he attach the neck? Enjoy your lurk. He uses velvet for his mouths, and I'm like, I don't got that kind of money. Okay, but how did you attach? Sometimes he skips stuff, and I'm like, dude, that's not helpful to me. Oh, he didn't do the mouth first. Oh. No wonder. Okay. No wonder I had such an issue. Okay, yeah, he does put it in the middle. Okay, great. I can do that. I'm like, where does he put this situate? Like, what is happening here? But I figured it out. Well, I watched it again, and that helped me figure it out. Crazy. Okay, so let's do this. And let's do this. Okay. It wanted me to mark the middle for some reason. Probably said I could align it with this middle. Never mind. I know the reason. I don't know why I said for some reason. Okay. We shall start like right here. Okay, I think that looks good. Now we need to do basically the other side. I started not fully on the other side because I wanted to make sure that the center points were aligned. So that was something that I wanted to make sure of. And that involved starting kind of in the middle. There we go. We'll put it over there. Okay. Jeez. Okay. So now she not only has a head, but she also has a neck. So if I were to put this back on her, again, I'm going to do this probably a million times just to keep checking what I've got going on. This is such a bizarre process. Okay. She's not perfect, but so then the idea would be that she is like her neck is in here. And then when my hand is in there, you won't be able to see my hand anymore because it's like attached, sort of. Like, not really, but it is a little bit. So this is the progress that we are making. It is kind of weird, honestly. The process is sort of very weird. And I can honestly now see why there would be like I don't know, Tiny, if you are still here, but does your puppet have like a band over the top of the mouth plate so that you can like it kind of gives you some leverage for like lifting the mouth? Because I don't have that, but I'm thinking I might add it before I finish this puppet. I am going to add a little bit of a seam now that we have the neck on there. Have you had a snack break? I have not, but I'm doing okay. I probably won't be going for too much longer just because I have to go. Like, I wanted to hit 4 hours. But I really do need to go help my grandma with her internet. So, and I was probably going to go to the store after that to get some kind of, well, to get pizzas really for later on the week because my brother and I eat pizza together on Thursdays. So that's part of it, but also for just like I'll probably get something to eat tonight while I'm there. Okay, now she has technically a top of her head. The thing is we're getting to the point where I have to glue her down, and that's gonna be a mess, I think. So I might do that off stream. But I think that we can do some, like, the rest of the detailing work and stuff, like attaching all of her features on stream. Probably Wednesday? Yeah, because I don't have anything planned for Wednesdays. That's sort of my, like, it could be a couple different things. Okay. This is probably a good place to stop, actually, is like at my headpiece being sewn together. If anybody isn't following already, please drop a follow. I would love to have you here more than just this one time. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. EST. Yes, I'm back. We're gonna be gaming because Tuesdays are a game day. I'm gonna keep that going. So ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, we're gonna raid out. I have to find somebody to raid. Yeah, I'm so glad everybody was here to hang out. I had a really good time crafting with y'all. Always fun. There you go. I didn't realize you were work from home all week. Okay, I think that, ooh, actually this is a good one. I want to go to a Pokopia streamer, so we're gonna raid Nimbly. So I'm gonna start this raid. Nimbly is amazing. A Twitch ambassador and General Cozy Cutie Pie. If you're not familiar, then I think you're gonna love it over there. I appreciate you all so much. I feel like I just got really tired. But I'm hoping I get a second wind. So I'm gonna work on that. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna play a game. Probably have chat choose the game. I'll probably throw up a couple of options. Yes, I do need food. Yeah, I'll get food. And then Wednesday will be a little bit shorter, because I'm gonna need to leave to go to the Baby No Money concert. And then Thursday also might be delayed, but I'll be able to stream it like pretty long. But it might just be delayed because of the concert. So yeah, so that's the idea for this week. I will see you all next time. Bye.